Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com. 2021. What a year. It was a year full of new things. New tracks, bigger broadcasts, and more in-depth coverage. We were grateful to be able to have given back $150,000 to local racetracks, and we got no plans of stopping now. 2022 is going to bring our biggest schedule ever. Bigger races, more cameras, and more local racing. You're not going to want to miss this. We are ready to bring you the biggest racing season ever, only at RaceOnTexas.com.
Look, taking the lead, we don't follow. We need it now, not tomorrow. Don't care what they say, not changing the pace. Working too hard to be last in the race. So much time in the day, and it ain't none to waste. Working this hard to be one of the greats. Whatever it takes, put that on the plate. Life is a gamble, we raising the stakes. Hard work pays off, that's perfect timing. Changing the world with this rhyming, it's priceless. We got the nicest by putting the time in. Can't be the greatest, you're not even trying. What now? We on the chase to the sundown. We on the chase to the sun up. What's up? Leading the line when we run up. Chasing, chasing, chasing. No time to be wasted.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com. 2021. What a year. It was a year full of new things. New tracks, bigger broadcasts, and more in-depth coverage. We were grateful to be able to have given back $150,000 to local racetracks, and we got no plans of stopping now. 2022 is going to bring our biggest schedule ever. Bigger races, more cameras, and more local racing. You're not going to want to miss this. We are ready to bring you the biggest racing season ever, only at RaceOnTexas.com.
Look, taking the lead, we don't follow. We need it now, not tomorrow. Don't care what they say, not changing the pace. Working too hard to be last in the race. So much time in the day, and it ain't none to waste. Working this hard to be one of the greats. Whatever it takes, put that on the plate. Life is a gamble, we raising the stakes. Hard work pays off, that's perfect timing. Changing the world with this rhyming, it's priceless. We got the nicest by putting the time in. Can't be the greatest, I'm not even trying. What now? We on the chase to the sundown. We on the chase to the sun up. What's up? Leading the line when we run up. Chasing, chasing, chasing. No time to be wasted.
Welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
Limited modifieds and factory stocks, we need you in staging for your hot laps. Limited modifieds will line up to the left in a single file line. Factory stocks, you'll be on the right doing the same thing. Y'all please line up. Here is your American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. The first car out is from Heinston, Louisiana, the 78. That's going to be R.C. Hagan. Behind him from Hornbeck is the 88 of Joey Shirley. Peyton Parker in the 11P out of Florine. We find Josh Backham at the tail of the back straightaway from Benton in the 25. Moving into turn number one, it's the current point leader here at Sabine Speedway from Jonesboro, Louisiana, the B99 of Ben Leedy. Driving the 16 junior this weekend from Marshall, Texas is going to be Rollo Pilkington. In the one car, that's Blaine Nolan out of Pitkin. Driving the K9, Mark Underwood Jr. is from Ruston. And finally, the 14R of Bill Blackman from Shepherd, Texas. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to Sabine Speedway. I've been away a little bit too long, it feels like. Welcome to Sabine Speedway. My name is Joshua Bell. You can find us on Facebook at Sabine Speedway. You can find me on Facebook at Joshua Bell-Announcer. Here is the second hot lap session for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. Down the back straightaway, the 4-7 double C of Connor Williams from Sibley. 15 is going to be Tracy Denby Jr. out of Vidor, Texas, followed by the 14 Jr. of Michael King Jr. out of El Dorado, Arkansas. The 17 driven by Austin Storm from West Monroe. And in the M22, that's going to be Mickey Steele from Ball, Louisiana this weekend. The E8 is Ethan Bales out of Elizabeth. The 5 will be Tony McCormick from Manny. Danny Ray Jeffroy back behind the wheel in the 9J. He's from Cade, Louisiana. Following him is the 99H of Danny Abair from Lafayette. I believe the 7 is going to be Chad Morgan out of Bradley, Arkansas. Here's the American Championship Series Limited Modified Hot Lap Session number 3. Andrew Rossum driving the 92 out of Texarkana, Texas. The 18 is going to be Chase Abair from Lafayette, Louisiana. The C12 is Chris Hall out of Stonewall. Driving the 10M is Adam Willis from Elizabeth. The 7 Double C driven by Alan Myers out of Sibley. On the wheel of the 39. 39 is going to be Trevor Strother out of Oakdale, and Michael Stafford in the 22 from Glenmora, as well as the 30 of Joel Cuvion from Alexandria. Well, that will conclude hot laps for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. These guys racing for $3,000 to win here at Sabine this weekend for the Fall Southern Showdown. Up next, it's going to be the BOM Bank Factory Stocks. They are vying for a $5,000 payday tomorrow night. We're going to run double points, double heat races for passing points here on the night for both the BOM Bank Factory Stocks and the American Championship Series Limited Modified. So here's hot lap session number 1. The 113 is Justin McClelland from Baytown, Texas, driving the 7 behind him. The 7C, that is Chris Burrows from Minden, Louisiana. He's coming off of a second-place finish at Boot Hill Speedway last weekend. The Triple X, driven by Sean Graham out of Shreveport, and behind him is going to be the K2 of Garrett Gibson from Halton, Louisiana. The 8 Triple X, driver out of Buffalo, Missouri, that's going to be Mark Simon, and behind him from Texarkana, Texas, is the 38 of Mike Wells. Dakota Wyatt in the 15X from Provençal, and the 55 of Dalton Dubois out of Robeline. The C11 is going to be Kyle Bassett from Leesville, and the 175 driven by Michael Turner out of Minden. Don't forget, we've got our Fall Southern Showdown t-shirts on sale at the tent behind the grandstands. Also selling raffle tickets for 2 hand custom-made rocking chairs, $5 tickets for the raffle. And we've also got a hydrofacial raffle, $5 a ticket on that as well. So make sure you go on down there, buy yourself a t-shirt and a couple of raffle tickets. Hot lap session number 2 for the B.O. and Bank Factory stock. Now on to the Speedway. From Colfax, Louisiana, the current point leader here at Sabine Speedway, that is Joshua Martin. Behind him, the 34 is going to be Chris Howell from Dry Prong. 26 is Rodney Howell out of Colfax. From Robeline, the 77 is going to be Tyler Dubois. The 5, Frank Canizaro out of Mansfield. The 22 is Dustin Hennigan from Marshall, Texas. The 100-plus of Brian Cook from Florine. The 61G, driven by Josh Ellender from Plantersville, Texas. And the 9 of John Parker Jr. from Colfax, followed by the 13G of Gary Greer from Manny. Hot lap session number 3 for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks from Lake Charles, Louisiana. 5M is going to be Michael Harlow. The 12 of Bo Perry is from Bossier City. Driving the 10X out of Shreveport, that's Josh Daughtery. And in the 95, that's Hayden Beckham from Quitman. The 28 is going to be driven by TJ Evans from Keithville. The 004 is going to be Todd Fredu from Manny. The 81 is Chase Hatton out of DeBerry, Texas. And driving the 27T is Curtis Twardesky from Huntsville, Texas. Out of New Waverly, Texas, we find the 56 of Craig Persley entering turn number 3. And from Bossier City, it's the 55M of Cody Myers. Driving the L100 from Ruston, that's going to be Lee Patton. Driving the S1, that's going to be Jamie Shirley out of West Monroe. Following him from Pitkin is the 1 of Blaine Nolan. The 7D will be Dusty Doucet. Doucet comes to us from Heinston. The 444 is going to be Travis Hudnall. Travis Hudnall is from Liberty, Texas. The 990 is Tayton Perkins out of Oakdale. Driving the 20 is Neil Kemp from Mineral Springs, Arkansas. The 41 is going to be Dylan Elasco from Huffman, Texas. And in the 35, that's JT Turner from Minden. The 125 is Lou Lyles from West Monroe. The 3 car is CJ Howell out of Dry Prong. And now rolling in between turns 1 and 2, the Battle on the Bend winner earlier this season, $7,500 victor from Texarkana, Texas, is the 36J of Justin Whitehead. Correction on the 125. That's going to be Mark Underwood Jr. out of Ruston, Louisiana in the 125. C16 is going to be driven by Chris Hennigan from Marshall, Texas. The 27 is Dalton Faulkner from Cut and Shoot, Texas. The B1, Kyle Cummings out of Minden. The L88 is Logan Gordon from West Monroe. The 23, Daniel Jones out of Provençal. The 45 is Dominic Flores from Montgomery. 35 is Mickey Steele from Ball. The C28 is Ben Merchant from Ruston. The 24B is Brent Broussard from Lafayette. And the 7L is Dwayne Raines out of Anacoco. Now we're going to move on to the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders for their hot lap session. The first car out in the 0 from Minden, Louisiana, that's Chris Burrows. The F5 is Ben McDuff from Keithville. 29B is going to be Brandon Herod out of Beckville, Texas. The 88 is Danny Bryant from Houghton. The C49, Chris Waters from Belmont. And the 199 out of Keithville is Michael Hudson. The 333, driven by Corey Giles from Princeton. Limited Modifieds, we need you in staging lane for your heat races. Limited Modifieds to staging for heat races. The B1, driven by Braxton Beckham from Quitman. The M57. M57 is going to be Drake Szilard from Natchitoches. And the 99, I believe that's Robert Barber from Florine. All right, folks, hot laps are complete. At this time, we ask that you would please rise and remove your hats. Offering tonight's invocation, it's Tim Roberts with Team Racers for Christ.
And thank you very much. Let us all go to the Lord in prayer tonight. Father God, we so much thank you for this beautiful evening that you've given us to come out here and do what we love and watch our friends and families, Father God, as they drive these cars around the track. Lord, we pray for our drivers tonight, their families, their crews. Lord, we pray for these officials that you would just provide safety for all this evening. Father God, we stop and we pause tonight to thank you for this great nation we live in where we can do what we love. But Father, we offer up this nation to you. We just pray that your hand still be upon her. Father God, that you would touch her and we will always remain one nation under God. Father, we pray for those men and women that put on a uniform, Father God, to fight for our freedom in this country. And we pray for their protection and safety every day. We love you, Lord. We praise you and we give you the glory tonight in Jesus' name. Amen.
And now, folks, standing above Victory Lane, you'll find Old Glory, the stars and stripes that represent this nation and those who have fought for her, many who have died for her. So we ask at this time that you would stand at attention, put your right hand over your heart, and sing with us the Star-Spangled Banner. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Our first race is going to be the American Championship Series Limited Modified Heat Race number 1 on the pole out of Vidor, Texas. Driving the wheels ATV, old number 7 Bar and Grill CB Race Engines IRP Race Cars number 15 is Tracy Denby Jr. On the outside from Leesville, from Anacoco, the Mad Bullies ATV Repair Circle M Welding and Fabrication number 45 of Jeremy Miller. Your third starter is from Bossier City, the SS Detail Black Sheep Motorsports Amsoil Smiley's Racing Chassis number 1 of Matt Ebarb. On the outside inside from Mooringsport, the Outlaw Transmission Outback Boat and Motor New York Live Auto Grosinger Tri-State Battery Supply number 00 of J.D. Ammons. On the inside of row number 3, he is from Manny, driving the TNT Automotive Cindy's Creative Designs Victory Graphics IRP Race Cars number 5 of Tony McComick. And on the outside from Natchitoches, the Mufflix Auto Center Napa Auto Parts of Natchitoches PTS Race Engines Express Race Cars number 3, the Bullet Bob Kellogg. Starting 7th from Benton, Louisiana, is going to be Josh Bauckham in the Total Custom Carbs, the Dent Pro Easy One Racing Engines Dominator Race Car. And on the outside, the 99H of Danny Hebert from Lafayette. The 47cc is Connor Williams from Sibley. And the 14 is Bill Blackman from Shepherd, Texas. And the 22 of Michael Stafford out of Glen Mora. We're going 10 laps in distance, passing points utilized for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. We are green for the Fall Southern Showdown. And no, we're not. Flagman Larry Horn says that one will not do. Drivers fired early in turn number 4. And we've got a car that is not under power in turns 3 and 4, the 47cc of Connor Williams, who just so happens to be the current Louisiana State point leader with the Bayou Dirt Live presented by JCR Components Facebook page. Connor Williams leads the limited modified division in point standings throughout the state of Louisiana. So the 45 of Jeremy Miller is going to be moved back a row for firing early. J.D. Ammons now on the outside pole. And we are green. 15 of Tracy Denby Jr. out to the early race lead. The 00 of J.D. Ammons in second. And now we've got a 5-car gaggle down the back straightaway battling for the third spot. Tony McComick up in the third spot in the 5-car. He's going to loop it in turn number 4. Bob Kellogg, Matt Ebarb, and Josh Bauckham able to get around him. The American Championship Series is here to give money back to the drivers. The ACS is a 100% payback point series for factory stocks and limited modifieds. The complete payout is listed on our website. Register for $100, we track your progress, and you win money. It's that simple. Participating tracks are listed online as well at AmericanChampionshipSeries.com. Apologies for the extra time here, folks. We're having trouble getting them lined up correctly. Friendly reminder to those who plan on competing here at Sabine and those who are parked in the pitting area, you must have a receiver if you want to compete on the racetrack. We're having trouble getting these cars lined up because drivers are either electing to not listen to instruction or they do not have a receiver. You must do both if you plan on racing at Sabine Speedway. Shout out to Race on Texas, the official live streaming partner of Sabine Speedway. For all of our fans sitting here in the grandstands and watching at home, make sure you favorite Sabine Speedway on Race on Texas. We're going to have a drawing at the end of the year for 2 free season passes for those who have favorited the racetrack on Race on Texas. So make sure you sign up and favorite Sabine Speedway to be entered for the drawing for 2 free season passes for the entire 2023 season. The lights are out. We've finally got them stacked up right. Green flag. So the 15 of Tracy Denby Jr. is your race leader. 00 J.D. Ammons in the 3 of Bob Kellogg are side by side for the second spot. Ammons holds him off there. Here comes Josh Bauckham to the inside. Josh Bauckham will now take the 3rd spot away from Kellogg. Kellogg comes right back on the outside as they roll down the back straightaway. They're wheel to wheel into turn number 3. Denby out front. Ammons in the 2nd spot. Still side by side for 3rd behind them. Bob Kellogg beats Bauckham to the line that time. Kellogg, Bauckham, and Danny Abear rounding out the top 5. Matt Ebarb is in the 6th position. The 22 of Michael Stafford behind him. The 5 of Tony McCormick. The 45 of Jeremy Miller and Bill Blackman in the 14R. Denby continuing to show the way in the 15 car. He's got a handful of wins here at Sabine Speedway this year. Competitive everywhere he goes in every class that he races. Seeing the halfway signal now, 5 laps down and 5 laps to go. Again, passing points will be utilized for both the limited modifieds and the factory stocks. So keep an eye on where cars start and where they finish here as we roll on in heat race competition. traffic may soon become a factor here for Tracy Denby Jr. Two laps left here for Tracy Denby Jr. J.D. Ammons still in the second spot. Bob Kellogg is up to third now after getting by Josh Bauckham. Danny Hebert still rounding out the top five. As Tracy Denby Jr. has caught the slower car of Bill Blackman, he'll put him a lap down in turn number 4. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. And problems for the 45 of Jeremy Miller. He's able to escape to the infield. And the checkered flag is set to wave the 15 of Tracy Denby Jr. as heat race number 1 winner. Second place goes to J.D. Ammons. Third will be Bob Kellogg. Fourth, Josh Bauckham. And rounding out the top 5 is Danny Hebert. So your top 3 cars in third from Natchitoches is the 3 of Bob Kellogg. Second place from Mooringsport, the 00 of J.D. Ammons. And your heat race winner from Vidor, Texas, the 15 of Tracy Denby Jr. Heat race number 2 for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds is going to line up like this. On the pole from Cade, Louisiana, the Joel's Auto Sales Allgaier Incorporated Best Engines Western Flyer Race Cars, number 9, J of Danny Ray Jeffroy. On the outside from Elizabeth, the L&L Quality Construction Forest Hill Grover CB Race Engines Express Race Cars, number 10M, is Adam Willis. Your third starter comes to us from Alexandria, the Joel's Auto Sales Racing for Tanner ASI Racing Engines Express Race Cars by NG9, number 30, Joel Cuvion. And on the outside from Ball, Louisiana, the Joel's Auto Sales Papa Joe Auto Sales ASI Racing Engines Express Race Cars, number M22 of Mickey Steele. Going 5th on the grid out of Stonewall, behind the wheel of the Blue Heron Septic Downhome Meets Mullins Race Engines IRP Race Cars, the C12 is Chris Hall. To the outside, the current Sabine Speedway point leader from Jonesboro, Louisiana. Aboard the Woodrow Load Trucking, Mark Kennedy Plumbing, Paul Leedy Race Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, number B99 of Ben Leedy. To the inside of row number 4 out of West Monroe, Louisiana. He's got a pair of wins here at the Speedway. In the Storm Services, the VEA Transportation Best Engines IRP Race Cars, number 17 is Austin Storm. And on the outside out of Heinston, Louisiana, the Sideline Sports and Screenings D&K Forestry CB Race Engines Express Race Cars, number 78 is R.C. Hagan. On the inside of your final row, out of Sibley, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Dominator Race Cars, number 7, that is Colby Williams. And on the outside, from Elizabeth in the Joel's Auto Sales, Brighton Bridge Hospice, Fontenot Trucking, Western Flyer Race Cars, number E8 is Ethan Bales. So the lights are set to go out. We've got 10 cars. We're utilizing the passing point system again. Danny Ray Jeffroy, Adam Willis, Joel Cuvion, Mickey Steele, Chris Hall, Ben Leedy, Austin Storm, R.C. Hagan, Colby Williams, and Ethan Bales. A great heat race here for heat race number 2, the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. Lights are out, and here we go out of turn number 4. Green flag. Adam Willis out front early. Mickey Steele on the outside. Here comes Joel Kuvion to the inside in the 30 car. Ben Leedy follows behind. He's up to the 4th spot. Now R.C. Hagan moving into the top 5. Adam Willis leads lap number 1. Mickey Steele second as they cross the line. Joel Kuvion, Ben Leedy, and R.C. Hagan rounding out the top 5. Ethan Bales from worst to 6th on lap number 1. Chris Hall in the 7th spot. Danny Ray Jeffroy, Colby Williams, and Austin Storm off the pace and into the infield as heat race number 1 is done. Cars distanced from one another at this point in time. 7 of Colby Williams looking to move in front of Danny Ray Jeffroy, help make the pass for 8th. Halfway signal displayed. We've got 5 laps in the books and 5 laps to go. Adam Willis looking strong out front. It's like a difficult racetrack to pass on, at least for this heat race. Several car links between each competitor here on the Speedway. R.C. Hagan moving closer to Ben Leedy. He's going to try to make a pass here out of turn number 4. They'll chase him down the front straightaway and into turn number 1. The only battle on the racetrack. R.C. Hagan tries to take away the 4th spot. He's going to slip up in turn number 2 and allow Ben Leedy to extend. R.C. Hagan comes right back at him on the inside in turns 3 and 4. Trying to size up the current point leader is R.C. Hagan in the 78. Chases down the back straightaway again as the 2 to go signal is displayed to Adam Willis. R.C. Hagan going to lose some grip there in turn number 4 and allow Ben Leedy to pull away yet again. That may be all she wrote for the battle for 4th. White flag set to wave this time for the 10M. And the checkered flag flies. Adam Willis wins heat race number 2. Second place goes to Mickey Steele. Third is going to be Joel Kuvion. 4th place, Ben Leedy and R.C. Hagan rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars. In third from Alexandria, the 30 of Joel Kuvion. Second place from Ball, the M22 of Mickey Steele. And taking the win from Elizabeth is the 10M, Adam Willis. Heat race number 3 for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds is going to line up like this. On the pole from Pitkin, Louisiana, the Richards Tires, Sammy Nolan Logging, Advanced Performance Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 1 of Blaine Nolan. On the outside, out of Ruston, the BRT Performance, Shelton Energy Solutions, PTS Racing Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, the K9, Mark Underwood Jr. To the inside of row number 2, out of Marshall, Texas. Piloting the Rollo's Auto Sales Career Search, PTS Racing Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 16 Jr. of Rollo Pilkington. Into the outside of row number 2, from Texarkana, Texas. Behind the wheel of the G-Unit Structures Box Drop Mattress of Texarkana. At Best Engines Express Race Cars, number 92 is Andrew Rossum. Your 5th starter from Hornbeck, Louisiana, the Rocks Creek Bottom, Katie Beard, Attorney at Law, AMS Racing Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, number 88 is Joey Shirley. On the outside, in the Myers Automotive, number 7 Double C, that's Alan Myers from Sibley. Chase Abear, Colby Johnson, Michael King Jr., and Trevor Strother. Green flag, and nope, no green flag this time. It's going to be ruled a no start. So again, on the outside of row number 3, from Sibley, Louisiana, driving the Williams Flooring and Construction Blacks, Metals, Myers Automotive, IRP Race Cars, number 7CC, that is Alan Myers. On the inside of row number 4, from Lafayette, the B&D Motorsports, Cajun Pools and Spas, Advanced Performance Engines, Express Race Cars by NG9, number 18 is Chase Hebert. On the outside, from Florine and the Daniel Brown Oilfield Consulting, Wall-to-Wall Racing Engines, Hot Chassis, number 11P is Colby Johnson. On the inside of the final row, from El Dorado, Arkansas, the PPG Paints, Shocking Shocks, Advanced Performance Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 14 Junior is Michael King Jr. And on the outside from Oakdale is the 39 of Trevor Strother. Lights are out, looking for our first lap completed as Mark Underwood Jr. has been penalized a row for firing early. We go green. Problems on the 7CC of Alan Myers will sideline him for the rest of this heat race. Blaine Nolan leads the pack out of turn number 2 and down the back stretch. Andrew Rossum looking to the inside. Now Rollo Pilkington gets a little bit sideways, and a few cars get mangled up there at the back of the pack in turn number 4. Turn number 2 and down the back stretch. Andrew Rossum looking to the inside. Now Rollo Pilkington gets a little bit sideways, and a few cars Get mangled up there at the back of the pack in turn number 4. Foy Chevrolet Buick GMC is proud to serve the areas of Manny, Alexandria, Natchitoches, Leesville, and Mansfield, Louisiana, as well as Hempfield, Texas, by providing only the best customer service possible and the highest quality new and used vehicles at exceptional prices. Whether you're looking to buy or lease, our dealership is sure to have the perfect vehicle for you at a price you can afford. Visit FoyMotors.com or stop by the lot on San Antonio Avenue in Manny. Still one lap complete. We've got 9 laps to go for the one of Blaine Nolan out front. Mark Underwood Jr., your new race leader in the K9. Blaine Nolan around the outside in the second spot. Andrew Rossum, Joey Shirley, and now Trevor Strother rounding out the top 5. Rossum again to the inside of Nolan. They're side by side for second. If only for a moment. Now out of turn number 4. Rossum's going to take the second spot at the line. Andrew Rossum up to second. He'll move in front for a moment of Blaine Nolan. Joey Shirley still in the 4th position in the 88 down on the bottom. Michael King Jr. up to the 5th spot after going to the tail of the field. Joey Shirley trying to reel in the one of Blaine Nolan as the K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. is way out front. Halfway home, 5 laps down, 5 laps to go. And we got a caution flag on the Speedway. We are halfway home in this third and final heat race for the first set for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. Mark Underwood Jr. is out front in the K9. Andrew Rossum and Blaine Nolan side by side as we come to the restart. Underwood leads them. They're 3 wide behind him for the second spot, if only for a moment. Andrew Rossum will take over the second position into 92. Here comes Joey Shirley to the inside of Nolan, and he'll take third place away at the exit of turn number 4. Michael King Jr. is going to come with the 88 of Shirley. And up to the 4th position goes Michael King Jr. from 9th. Now Shirley gets crossways in the middle of turn number 2. Michael King Jr. is going to benefit up to the 3rd position. It's Underwood, Rossum, King, Nolan, and Pilkington, the top 5. 2 to go this time for Mark Underwood Jr. Now Michael King Jr. gets a little bit sideways there in turn number 4. That's going to allow the one of Blaine Nolan to close in. Rollo Pilkington coming with the one as well in the 16 Jr. They're side by side for the 4th spot. Down the back straightaway they go. Pilkington moves into 4th. White flag high to the sky. One more trip around Sabine Speedway for set number 1 of the American Championship Series Limited Modified. Rolling off at turn number 2 and down the back stretch into 3 and 4 for the final time is the K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. Second place goes to Andrew Rossum. 3rd is going to be at the line Michael King Jr. Rollo Pilkington in 4th. 5th place goes to Blaine Nolan. So your top 3 cars in 3rd from El Dorado, Arkansas, the 14 Junior of Michael King Jr. 2nd place from Texarkana, Texas, the 92 of Andrew Rossum. And taking the win from Ruston, Louisiana, the K9, Mark Underwood Jr. BOM Bank Factory Stocks getting set for their first set of heats. It'll be 5 heats in each set. And heat race number 1 is going to look like this. On the pole from Colfax, Louisiana, in the K&M Rebuilders, Original Parker Chairs and Swings, Don's Racing Engines, Outlaw Race Cars number 9 of John Parker Jr. And on the outside from Robeline, the Scotty Shade Tree Performance, Myers Automotive, CB Race Engines, Outlaw Race Cars number 1 of Stony Dubois. Your 3rd starter is from Huntsville, Texas, in the 5T Utilities, TMT Utilities, Twardesky Racing, TR1 Race Cars number 27T of Curtis Twardesky. On the outside, coming off of a runner-up finish at Boot Hill Speedway last weekend, from Minden, Louisiana, the Finish Line Detailing Pro 1 Transmission, CB Raceworks, Wild Child Race Cars number 7C of Chris Burrows. In the 5th spot from Mansfield, the Frank's Fishing Charters, Fishing Frenzy Tackle, Greenwood Transmission, Cajun Propane, number 5 of Frank Cannizzaro. And on the outside from Mineral Springs, Arkansas, in the Team Smallwood Remax Club 20 suspension, Best Engines Outlaw race cars number 20 of Neil Kemp. Your 7th starter is from Minden. Behind the wheel of the Debbie Calendar Realtor, Chad's Auto and Exhaust PTS Racing Engines GRT race cars number B1 of Kyle Cummings. And to the outside from Buffalo, Missouri, the For Sale Racing Laser race cars number 8 XXX is Mark Simon. Starting 9th out of Manny is going to be the PTS Racing Engines Holy Moly chassis number 13G of Gary Greer. And on the outside out of Dry Prong, in the Papa Joe's Auto Sales, Hunter and Beck Attorney at Law, Rodney Howell Performance Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 34 of Chris Howell. And your final starter from D-Berry, Texas, behind the wheel of the Twin City Towing Harvey Toyota PTS Racing Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 81 of Chase Hatton. 10 laps in distance. Passing points utilized for the BOM Bank factory stocks. Lights are out. We're going green. And off we go. John Parker Jr., your race leader. Stoney DuBois, Curtis Twardesky, and Frank Cannizzaro in stair-step formation off of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. Kyle Cummings behind them. They're 3 wide behind Cummings. Gary Greer to the inside of Neil Kemp. Now here comes Mark Simon and the 8 XXX on the inside. Again, nearly 3 wide. Now they will go 3 wide down the back stretch. The B1 of Kyle Cummings around the outside. Neil Kemp is going to give a door slam to Gary Greer in turn number 3. Off of turn 4, Kyle Cummings slipped up big time in the B1. He's going to lose some ground there in the GRT race car as the 9 of John Parker Jr. has checked out on the rest of the field. Stoney DuBois in the 2nd spot. Gary Greer and Frank Cannizzaro side by side for 3rd. Behind them, Neil Kemp sits in 5th. Mark Simon in the 8 XXX, Chris Burrows and Kyle Cummings all in the top 8 at the moment. Curtis Twardesky, Chase Hatton, and Chris Howell rounding out the field. Frank Cannizzaro up to the 2nd spot now. Gary Greer looking good in the 13G. He's up to 3rd. Now here comes Neil Kemp to the inside of Stoney DuBois. They race wheel to wheel off of turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, Neil Kemp charges ahead into turn number 3. Chris Burrows making some moves down on the bottom side of the raceway as well. We've got 5 laps down and 5 laps to go. And the 9 of John Parker Jr. well out front. Frank Cannizzaro looks to be off the pace in the 5 car. He's going to lose a 2nd place position as Gary Greer tries to hold off Neil Kemp. Now Stoney DuBois had a shot out of turn 4 coming after Neil Kemp, but slipped up and lost the momentum. Kyle Cummings behind him rounding out the top 5 at the moment as they go side by side for 6th. We got one off the speedway. It's the 5 of Frank Cannizzaro. So we'll race on here in the late stages of heat race number 1. Still Parker, Greer, Kemp, DuBois, and Cummings, the top 5. Mark Simon, Chris Burrows, Curtis Twardesky, Chase Hatton, and Chris Howell rounding out the field with 2 laps to go. Kyle Cummings looks to be a little bit faster than Stoney DuBois. Just can't quite make the pass just yet in the 4th position. For the 4th position, I should say. White flag now high to the sky. One more trip around Sabine Speedway in heat race number 1. Now Chris Burrows dives to the inside of Mark Simon. He'll take the 6th spot away. Simon comes back, but won't be able to make the pass. Checkered flag set to wave on John Parker Jr. He'll get it done in heat race number 1. Makes quick work of heat race 1. The 9 of John Parker Jr. Gary Greer finishes the 2nd in the 2nd position. Neil Kemp 3rd. 4th is Stoney DuBois and Kyle Cummings rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in 3rd from Mineral Springs, Arkansas. The 20 of Neil Kemp. 2nd place from Manny. The 13G of Gary Greer. And taking the win from Colfax is the 9 of John Parker Jr. Heat race number 2 for the BOM Bank Factory stocks. On the pole from Provençal, the O'Reilly Auto Parts, Joey K's Garage Service, Holman Race Engines, Bootlegger Race Cars, number 15X of Dakota Wyatt. And on the outside from Lake Charles, Louisiana, aboard the incredible Edibles, Snowballs, Deltrails, Plumbing, F1 Racing Engines, number 5M of Michael Harlow. Your third starter, the current point leader here at Sabine Speedway, as well as the Bayou Dirt Life Louisiana State point leader. From Colfax, the J&M Sandblasting Bodies by 88M CB Race Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 88M of Joshua Martin. The 7D is going to be Dusty Doucet out of Heinston. The 26 is Rodney Howell from Colfax. The 100 plus is Brian Cook from Florine. The C11, Kyle Bassett out of Leesville. Hayden Beckham in the 95 from Quitman. Justin McClellan from Baytown, Texas in the 113. Dylan Ulasco from Huffman, Texas in the 41. And C.J. Howell rounding out the field out of Dry Prong in the 3. Green flag. Dakota Wyatt is your race leader out of turn number 2. The 5M of Michael Harlow in the second position as they go side by side. Dusty Doucet and Joshua Martin on the inside. They get a 4-car battle for the third position. Rodney Howell throwing his hat into the ring. 26 of Howell to the inside of Doucet. He'll take 4th away. Here comes Brian Cook to the inside. He's got a good charge down the back straightaway. The 100 plus slides up in front of Rodney Howell. He'll take 4th away. He's going to go for the daily double, and he gets it done. Third place is Brian Cook in the 100 plus. Coming off of a great run in the Crate Late Models last weekend. Dakota Wyatt, your race leader. Michael Harlow in the second spot. Brian Cook in third. Cook now catching up with the 5M of Michael Harlow. He's going to try to make a pass for second. Cross flags displayed. Dakota Wyatt out front. Brian Cook in second. Michael Harlow third. They're side by side for fourth. Rodney Howell and Joshua Martin. And looks like we got some debris at the entrance of turn number 1. That's going to bring out the caution. BOM Bank was established in June of 1903 in Montgomery, Louisiana. Local businessmen saw a need for a financial institution to open in order to help the needs of Grant Parish. BOM now employs over 130 staff members among 16 branches across Grant, Natchitoches, Sabine, Bienville, Bossier, Caddo, and Rapides parishes, as well as Sabine and Angelina counties of Texas. As a community bank, BOM takes pride in offering the best products and services for our customers, strives to provide and revitalize our communities by volunteering and providing financial literacy, and invest in our staff by continuing their banking education. For more information, visit BOFM.com. Special shout out to BOM Bank, the proud sponsor of the factory stocks here at Sabine Speedway. Five laps in the books. We're at the midway point here in heat race number 2 for the BOM Bank factory stocks. Dakota Wyatt out front. Brian Cook and Michael Harlow start side by side. Green flag. Brian Cook with a great restart. That time he gets by Michael Harlow for second. Here comes Rodney Howell around the outside. Howell moves into the third position. C.J. Howell coming with Rodney. As they roll down the back straightaway, C.J. Howell into the fourth position. Michael Harlow slips up there. He's going to get loose, and a couple of cars come together at the exit of turn number 4. They'll keep it rolling as Dylan Ulasco now into the 5th position. Brian Cook has a run on your race leader as they roll down the back straightaway. Cook on the inside. Dakota Wyatt rides through the middle in the 15X. Wyatt holds on to the lead. Cook in the second spot. Rodney Howell, C.J. Howell, and Dylan Ulasco. Now here comes C.J. Howell to the inside of Rodney. Uncle and nephew go side by side here for third as we've got 2 laps to go. A good battle for the lead, a good battle for third behind them. Cook trying to get that extra bit of momentum down on the bottom side to make the pass around the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. The white flag is displayed. 1 more lap to go, and Brian Cook takes the lead that time at the line. Brian Cook, your new race leader in the 100-plus by a very slim margin as they roll out of turn number 2. They're side by side for the last 5 laps or so, and they get together. Dakota Wyatt into the wall in turn number 3. Checkered flag waves as they crash behind your leader. Brian Cook takes the win. Second place goes to C.J. Howell. Third is Dylan Elasco. Fourth place, Justin McClellan. And Joshua Martin will round out the top 5. Three of C.J. Howell, and taking the win from Florine, Louisiana, the 100-plus of Brian Cook. As they roll out of turn number 2, they're side by side for the last 5 laps or so, and they get together. Dakota Wyatt into the wall. Brian Cook takes the win. Second, Mike Wells. On the outside, out of Marshall, Texas, the Rollo's Auto Sales, Mobags Suspension Technology, Rick Sisk Racing Engines, Laser Race Cars number 22 is Dustin Hennigan. Your third starter hails from Ruston, Louisiana. The Southern Roofing, Bobby's Body Shop, PTS Racing Engines, Outlaw Race Cars number L100 is Lee Patton. And on the outside, out of Shreveport, the W&W Timber Hitman Designs, WCH Racing Engines, Outlaw Race Cars number XXX is Sean Graham. Your fifth starter is from Ruston in the Floorworks, Bobby's Body Shop, PTS Racing Engines, Outlaw Race Cars number 125. That's Mark Underwood Jr. And on the outside, from Liberty, Texas, in the Curtis and Son Breezy Speed Specialties, PTS Racing Engines, Laser Race Cars number 444 of Travis Hudnall. Starting 7th from Lafayette, in the Sideline Sports and Screenings, Frank's Auto Repair, Advanced Performance Engines, Outlaw Race Cars number 24B is Brent Broussard. On the outside from Minden, in the Hunter's Body Shop, NWLA Automation, PTS Racing Engines, Laser Race Cars number 35S of JT Turner. Going 9th on the grid, out of Robeline, behind the wheel of the Cane River Water Slide, Stewart Industrial 3D Motorsports number 77, that's Tyler Dubois. And on the outside from Montgomery, Louisiana, piloting the Hunter's Body Shop, Edge Concrete, Cutting Flores Racing Engines, Wild Child Race Cars number 45 of Dominic Flores. Ben Merchant in the C28 out of Ruston. Green flag. And we've got a caution, looks like a no start. JT Turner not going to make the call in this heat race. So the 22 has some potential debris on the back of the car. That's the cause of the caution here. Lights are out. Here we go. An original restart. Mike Wells slides up high on the restart. 22 of Dustin Hennigan will ride around him. Side by side for the race lead. Side by side behind them. 22 of Dustin Hennigan has his nose out in front, out of turn number 4. He's going to lead lap number 1. Dustin Hennigan, Mike Wells, Sean Graham, and Lee Patton, the top 4, with Travis Hudnall rounding out the top 5. Mark Underwood Jr., Brent Broussard, and Dominic Flores back there as well. Mike Wells now to the inside. He's going to take the race lead back in the 38. Hennigan rides around the outside one more time in the 22. Dustin Hennigan, Mike Wells, Sean Graham trying to get in between the two. But it won't happen. Out of turn number 4, Dustin Hennigan, your race leader again. Hennigan, Mike Wells, and now Lee Patton into the top 3. Sean Graham shuffled back up into the slick stuff. He's going to lose a few positions there. Mark Underwood Jr. in the 5th spot. Sean Graham, Underwood in 4th. Sean Graham in 5th. So we got Dustin Hennigan out front. Mike Wells, Lee Patton, Mark Underwood Jr., and Sean Graham, the top 5. Halfway. 5 laps down, 5 laps left. And here comes Lee Patton to the inside of Mike Wells. Patton's going to make the pass for a second. Mike Wells gets crossed up, and he comes together with Mark Underwood Jr., possibly Sean Graham as well, stacking up a few cars behind him, and the caution flag waves. Five complete and 5 to go. Lights go dark. We're getting set to restart here with 5 laps to go in heat race number 3 for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks. Green flag waves. And trouble for Dustin Hennigan, and cars pile up right there in turn number 2. Wild crash as Ben Merchant leads the field out of turn number 2, but we've got a caution. Folks, remember, we are selling raffle tickets for some very gorgeous rocking chairs down at the tent. We've got some Fall Southern Showdown t-shirts as well. Also selling raffle tickets for a hydrofacial. Raffle tickets $5 a piece. The drawing will be coming up here shortly.
Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com. 2021. What a year. It was a year full of new things. New tracks, bigger broadcasts, and more in-depth coverage. We were grateful to be able to have given back $150,000 to local racetracks, and we got no plans of stopping now. 2022 is going to bring our biggest schedule ever. Bigger races, more cameras, and more local racing. You're not going to want to miss this. We are ready to bring you the biggest racing season ever, only at RaceOnTexas.com.
Look, taking the lead, we don't follow. We need it now, not tomorrow. Don't care what they say, not changing the pace. Working too hard to be last in the race. So much time in the day, and it ain't none to waste. Working this hard to be one of the greats. Whatever it takes, put that on the plate. Life is a gamble, we raising the stakes. Hard work pays off, that's perfect timing. Changing the world with this rhyming, it's priceless. We got the nicest by putting the time in. Can't be the greatest, I'm not even trying. What now? We on the chase to the sundown. We on the chase to the sun up. What's up? Leading the line when we run up. Chasing, chasing, chasing. No time to be wasted.
Welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.
I'm sure we may get a little bit of a crowd rolling in here now that that football game is over. And our updated passing points for the American Championship Limited Modifieds are in after the first set of heat races. At the top of the board, We've got a tie between Adam Willis in the 10M and Mark Underwood Jr. in the K9. They both have 60.5 points apiece. Michael King Jr. in the third position with 60 points, and in fourth is Tracy Denby Jr. with 59. That is your top four through set number one. J.D. Ammons in fifth, Mickey Steele sixth, seventh is Andrew Rossum, Bob Kellogg in eighth, ninth is Josh Bauckham, and Joel Cuvion in the 10th spot in passing points. We will be locking in the top four cars for the limited modifieds and the factory stocks through tonight's passing points heat races and into tomorrow night's main events. 5 laps complete, 5 laps to go. We are finally getting set to go back. Green flag racing. Lee Patton is your race leader. Dustin Hennigan sent to the back. He was the cause of the caution, and we are green. Lee Patton leads the field into turn number 1. They'll shuffle through the corners. On the outside, here comes Mark Underwood Jr. in the 125. The door is shut down the back straightaway. Sean Graham on the inside in the Triple X. 3 cars battling for the race lead out of turn number 4. Lee Patton holds the lead. Underwood in second, Graham third. Up to fourth now is Tyler Dubois in the 77. Lee Patton in the L100 is your leader. Underwood on the outside, Graham on the inside. They're side by side now, 3 wide nearly. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3 they go. They get together for the race lead. 3 wide off of turn number 4. Mark Underwood Jr., your new race leader, with 2 laps to go in the 125. Ripping around the outside of Sabine Speedway. The 125 goes to the race lead. Lee Patton, Sean Graham, Tyler Dubois, and Dominic Flores. The top 5. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. Here comes Sean Graham to the inside of Lee Patton. Sean Graham going to try to make the pass in the Triple X. Off of turn number 2 to the inside. He goes there side by side as they enter turn number 3. Out of turn number 4. Mark Underwood Jr. is going to hold on to the race win. Lee Patton second, Sean Graham in third. Fourth is Tyler Dubois and Dominic Flores rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Shreveport, the Triple X of Sean Graham. Second place from Ruston, the L100 of Lee Patton. And taking the win from Ruston, the 125 of Mark Underwood Jr. Heat race number 4 for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks will look like this. On the pole, from Ball, Louisiana, driving the Verda Auto Body Hot Chassis number 35, that is Mickey Steele. On the outside, from Bossier City, the Dales Pavement, J&J Motorsports, Myers Automotive, Laser Race Cars number 12 of Bo Perry. On the inside of row number 2, from Robaline, behind the wheel of the Cane River Waterslide, Piro Consulting, Best Engines, Outlaw Race Cars number 55, Dalton Dubois. And to the outside, out of Houghton, is the K2 of Garrett Gibson. Going 5th on the grid from Marshall, Texas, aboard the Southern Roofing, Bobby's Body Shop, Rollo's Auto Sales, PTS Racing Engines number C16 is Chris Hennigan. And to the outside, out of Minden, behind the wheel of the LJT Racing, Mills Motors, Laser Race Cars, number 175 is Michael Turner. Starting 7th, out of Provençal, behind the wheel of the Delta Consulting, LCC Trekking, Best Engines, Outlaw Race Cars, number 23 is Daniel Jones. On the outside from Manny, the 004 Smell Smoke Racing, Fredu Car Care, Greer Motorsports, entry of Todd Fredu. To the inside of your final row, out of Shreveport, behind the wheel of the Twin City Towing, All Property Services, PTS Racing Engines, Laser Race Cars, number 10X is Josh Daughtery. And to the outside, out of West Monroe, your final starter, piloting the Bent's Construction Crawfish City Advanced Performance Engines Wild Child Chassis, number L88 of Logan Gordon. Green flag. So Michael Turner not able to make the call here in heat race number 4 now as Daniel Jones goes around in turns 3 and 4 after Bo Perry had taken the lead in the 12 car. That'll be a caution for the 23. Lights are out. 1 lap complete, I believe, here in heat race number 4. Dalton Dubois with a good restart that time. In the 55, he'll slide up in front of Mickey Steele. Take the second spot away. Chris Hennigan on the bottom in the C16. He'll take third away from Steele. Steele is a little bit crossed up in the slick stuff. And he'll lose every position possible, shuffled to the back of the pack. Bo Perry, Dalton Dubois, and Chris Hennigan, your top 3. Josh Daugherty and Daniel Jones rounding out the top 5. .35 of Mickey Steele looks like he's going to limp off of the back straightaway. Still Bo Perry, Dalton Dubois, Chris Hennigan, Josh Daugherty, and Daniel Jones. Now Josh Daugherty catching up with the C16 of Hennigan. That's going to be a battle for the 3rd spot. Five laps complete, 5 laps remaining for the 12 of Bo Perry. Dalton Dubois in second, Chris Hennigan third. Josh Daugherty and Daniel Jones, the top 5 cars have broken out from the rest of the field. Garrett Gibson, Todd Fredu, and Logan Gordon at the tail of the field. Now Todd Fredu gets crossed up in the 004, looks to be off the pace with an issue there in the Smell Smoke Racing machine. Cars pretty well distanced from one another here in the closing stages. We've got 2 laps to go for Bo Perry. Dalton Dubois trying to reel him in, but running out of time. Perry leads the field down the back straightaway. Dalton Dubois looking for something in the 55. White flag displayed. 1 more lap to go in heat race number 4. Down the front stretch, Dubois will pace behind Perry. Down the back stretch and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag waves. Taking the win, it's going to be Bo Perry. Dalton Dubois finishes second. Third is Chris Hennigan. Fourth, Josh Daugherty, and Daniel Jones rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Marshall, Texas is the C16 of Chris Hennigan. Second place from Robaline is the 55 of Dalton Dubois. And taking the win out of Bossier City in the 12 is Bo Perry. Heat race number 5, the final heat race in set number 1 for the BOM Bank Factory stocks will look like this. On the pole from Cut and Shoot, Texas, driving the 5-star Septic John Lita Farms, Knowles Performance Engines DAF chassis number 27 of Dalton Faulkner. On his right side from Bossier City, the Twin City Towing Herald's Transmissions PTS Racing Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 55M is Cody Myers. Starting third on the grid from Oakdale, the 2 Extreme Motorsports Big T Motorsports Advanced Performance Engines Bootlegger Race Cars number 990 of Tayton Perkins. And on the outside from Plantersville, Texas, behind the wheel of the Highway 90 Transport, Highway 90 Record Service CB Race Engines Lean 2 chassis number 61G of Josh Ellender. Starting 5th from New Waverly, Texas, aboard the CP Seamless Gutters, H&R Air Conditioning, Knowles Performance Engines, DAF chassis number 56 is Craig Pursley. And on the outside out of Anacoco, in the original Sugartown Watermelon Stand, Howard Lewin Construction Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 7L of Dwayne Raines. Your 7th starter is from West Monroe. Columbia, Louisiana, driving the Southern Roofing Bobby's Body Shop PTS Racing Engines Raptor Race Cars, the S1 of Jamie Shirley. The 28C is going to be TJ Evans out of Kilgore, Texas. The 1X of Blaine Nolan from Pitkin, and Justin Whitehead at the tail of the field in the 36J from Texarkana, Texas. Green flag waves. Cody Myers on the outside of Dalton Faulkner for the race lead. They go wheel to wheel out of turn number 4. Myers charges ahead. He'll lead lap number 1. Dalton Faulkner in the second spot. Josh Ellender in third with Craig Pursley rounding out the top 4. Here comes Justin Whitehead to the inside of Dwayne Rains. He'll take the 5th spot away. Justin Whitehead 10th to 5th in a lap and a half in the 36J. Cody Myers still your race leader as Dalton Faulkner trying to work down on the bottom side of the Speedway in the 27. Josh Ellender looking good in the 61G. Craig Pursley Jr. rides in 4th. Justin Whitehead rounding out the top 5. Dwayne Rains, TJ Evans, Jamie Shirley, Blaine Nolan, and Tayton Perkins rounding out the field. Here comes Pursley looking for a run on Ellender for the for the 3rd spot. Faulkner staying right there with the 55M of Myers. Now some smoke coming out of the back end of the 36J. He is the Battle on the Bend champion as well as the King of the Hill. He's won 2 Crown Jewel Factory stock events this season. Cody Myers has a Crown Jewel event under his belt as well, the Mike Parker Memorial winner as he sees the cross flags. 55M, your race leader. And now there's some fire underneath the 36J on the right rear. And we're going to see a caution. The 36J of Justin Whitehead has some fire on his right rear. That's going to bring out the caution. Back underway here in the 5th and final heat race for set 1. Cody Myers puts his pedal to the metal here in the 55M. Dalton Faulkner in the 2nd spot. Josh Ellender and Craig Pursley Jr. It's a Southeast Texas trio as they go stair-step formation into turn number 3. TJ Evans looking strong in the 28C. He's caught the back end of Craig Pursley Jr. We got 2 laps to go for Cody Myers. Myers, Faulkner, Ellender, Pursley, and Evans, your top 5 white flag waves. Jamie Shirley in 6th, Blaine Nolan in 7th. He's going to look to the inside to try to take the 6th spot away. Dwayne Rains and Tayton Perkins rounding out the field. Down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4. Checkers await the 55M of Cody Myers. He takes the win in heat race number 1. Dalton Faulkner comes home 2nd. 3rd place is going to be Josh Ellender. 4th is Craig Persley Jr., and TJ Evans rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Plantersville, Texas, the 61G of Josh Ellender. Second place from Cut and Shoot, Texas, the 27 of Dalton Faulkner. And your heat race winner from Bossier City, the 55M of Cody Myers. And here comes the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder heat race number 1 on the pole from Pineville in the Darrell's Automotive Big and Motorsports number 7. That is Robert Vanderwaters. In the second spot from Keithville, driving the Stonewall Transmission Bells Towing and Recovery number 199 of Michael Hudson. Your third starter is from Belmont in the Dairy Delight, Micah Arbuckle, attorney at law, Kevin Barker, mobile mechanic, J&M Land Pros, number C49 of Chris Waters. On the outside from Keithville is the F5 of Ben McDuff. To the inside of row number 3, out of Beckville, Texas, the E&P Service Group, number 29B of Brandon Herod. To the outside is the 333 of Corey Giles out of Princeton, Louisiana, the Apex Energy Service, Gulf South Energy Service, Southern Transport Entry. Your final row to the inside from Florine, the Wade Cook Used Cars, Brian Cook Trucks, number 99 is Robert Barber. And on the outside in the Team Lewis Chapel, number M57, that's Drake Szilard from Natchitoches. Green flag. Six laps in distance for the first of 2 front-wheel drive 4-cylinder heat races. Michael Hudson out front. He'll take the race lead into turn number 3. Robert Vanderwaters and Ben McDuff rounding out the top 3. Corey Giles and Chris Waters in the top 5. Hudson leads. He's down on the bottom. Around the outside goes the 7 of Vanderwaters. Nearly side by side as they cross the flag stand. Michael Hudson still your race leader in the 199, but here comes the 7, and Vanderwaters will take the race lead out of turn number 2. They are wheel to wheel in the third position. Corey Giles in the 333. He'll move in front of Ben McDuff for third. Halfway, 3 laps down and 3 laps to go. Two laps to go this time. White flags in the air. Checkered flag waves. Robert Vanderwaters takes the win. Corey Giles finishes second. Michael Hudson third. Fourth is Ben McDuff. And Chris Waters rounds out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Keithville, the 199 of Michael Hudson. Second place from Princeton, the 333 of Corey Giles. And taking the win from Pineville is the 7 of Robert Vanderwaters. Heat race number 2 for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders lines up like this. On the pole from Provençal, the Jones Septic Hitman Designs LCC Trucking number C23 of Colin Jones. On the outside from Halton in the Brian Geist Painting F1 Racing Engines Finish Line Detailing Station 80 number 88 of Danny Bryant. Your third starter is from Manny aboard the Vines Construction Colt 45 Customs Delta Tree Service RNG Lawn Care number 11M of Michelle Tedder. And on the outside from Shreveport, the Outlaw Transmission Golf Cart Palace Edward Rice Parts Peddling DuPont Auto Service number 06 of Jack DuPont. Your fifth starter from Houghton in the DuPont Auto Service, Wright's Towing Service, Ironclad Fabrication and Rentals Sky Vacuum Service number 05 of Luke DuPont. And on the outside From Quitman in the Napa C4 Trekking Southern Vinyl Creations Beckham Racing number B1 of Braxton Beckham. Your final starter from Minden is the JCR Components CB Raceworks finish line detailing number 0 of Chris Burrows. Danny Bryant, your race leader. Jack DuPont in the second spot. Luke DuPont third. Chris Burrows and Michelle Tedder rounding out the top 5. Chris Burrows around the outside of Luke DuPont. He'll take the third spot away. Jack DuPont looks to be reeling in the 88 of Danny Bryant. Crossed flags. Now the 05 of Luke DuPont off the pace. And off the speedway now goes Luke DuPont. His heat race is done. We got 3 laps to go, more like 2.5 as they're at the midway point of the back straightaway. Danny Bryant in the 88. Jack DuPont hot in tow. 2 laps to go. White flag is in the air. Into 3 and 4. Checkered flag waves for the 88 of Danny Bryant. Jack DuPont in the second spot. Third place is Chris Burrows. Fourth will be Michelle Tedder, and coming around to grab the 5th spot is going to be Braxton Beckham. So your top 3 cars. In third from Minden is the 0 of Chris Burrows. Second place from Shreveport, the 06 of Jack DuPont. And taking the win from Houghton is the 88 of Danny Bryant. So we are at this time going to take a very brief intermission. So now would be a good time to get up and stretch your legs. Go visit the concession stand. Get yourself something to eat or drink down there. We've also got a souvenir stand for Fall Southern Showdown t-shirts. And you can also enter our raffle drawings for a hydrofacial as well as 2 custom rocking chairs.
Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Lone Star 600. It's full of nonstop action, thrills, and spills. Details and tickets at LoneStar600.com. 2021. What a year. It was a year full of new things. New tracks, bigger broadcasts, and more in-depth coverage. We were grateful to be able to have given back $150,000 to local racetracks, and we got no plans of stopping now. 2022 is going to bring our biggest schedule ever. Bigger races, more cameras, and more local racing. You're not going to want to miss this. We are ready to bring you the biggest racing season ever, only at RaceOnTexas.com.
Look, taking the lead, we don't follow. We need it now, not tomorrow. Don't care what they say, not changing the pace. Working too hard to be last in the race. So much time in the day, and it ain't none to waste. Working this hard to be one of the greats. Whatever it takes, put that on the plate. Life is a gamble, we raising the stakes. Hard work pays off, that's perfect timing. Changing the world with this rhyming, it's priceless. We got the nicest by putting the time in. Can't be the greatest, you're not even trying. What now? We on the chase to the sundown. We on the chase to the sun up. What's up? Leading the line when we run up. Chasing, chasing, chasing. No time to be wasted.
Welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
So here comes heat race number 1 for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. For set number 2, Michael Stafford on the pole. Colby Williams in the 7. The 11P is Colby Johnson. The 99H, Danny Hebert. The B99 is Ben Leedy. The 88 of Joey Shirley. The 5 is Tony McCormick. The 30, Joel Cuvion. The K9, Mark Underwood Jr. And the 45 of Jeremy Miller. Green flag. Underway for the second set of heat races for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. Colby Williams, your race leader, down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Williams, your leader. And problems for the 99H of Danny Hebert. Gets crossed up in the middle of turns 1 and 2. And he'll be content to sit there and bring out the caution. So the current race leader from Sibley, Louisiana, the Dominator race car is number 7 of Colby Williams. In the second spot from Jonesboro, the Woodrow Low Trucking, Mark Kennedy Plumbing, Paul Leedy Race Engines, Western Flyer race cars, number B99 of Ben Leedy. In the third position, we have Michael Stafford in the 22 from Glen Mora. The K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. currently tied through set number 1 for the lead in passing points from Ruston, the BRT Performance, Shelton Energy Solutions, PTS Racing Engines, Western Flyer race car. The Rocks Creek Bottom, Katie Beard, attorney at law, number 88 of Joey Shirley from Hornbeck, Louisiana. The Joel's Auto Sales, number 30 of Joel Cuvion. 5 of Tony McCormick and Danny Hebert. Green flag. They're in stair-step formation down the back straightaway. Colby Williams out front. Ben Leedy in the second spot. Third up is Mark Underwood Jr. Now the 22 of Michael Stafford takes the third spot away from Underwood. He's going to slide up high, opening the door for Joe Cuvion, who will take it in the 30 car. Down on the bottom. Cuvion up to fourth. Ben Leedy, your new race leader, out of turn number 4 in the B99. He leads the points here at Sabine Speedway for the Limited Modifieds. And now leading heat race number 1 in set number 2 for the Limited Modifieds. Ben Leedy in the B99. Second place at the line is going to be Mark Underwood Jr. Colby Williams in third. Joel Cuvion fourth. Danny Hebert rounding out the top 5. We are halfway, 5 laps in the books, 5 laps yet to be written for the B99 of Ben Leedy. K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. does well to pace behind Leedy, looks to be maybe a little bit faster. K9 is well started on the back row, so he's doing well in his second effort. Already tied for the passing points lead through the first set. Ben Leedy, Mark Underwood Jr., Joel Cuvion, Colby Williams, and Danny Hebert. Michael Stafford and Joey Shirley go side by side with 2 laps to go. Tony McCormick at the tail of the field. White flag will wave this time for the Woodrow Low Trucking, number B99. Down the back stretch and into 3 and 4. Checkered flag awaits. The B99 of Ben Leedy is going to hold on for the win. Mark Underwood Jr. in the second spot. Third place is Joe Kubion. Fourth is Colby Williams. And rounding out the top 5 is Danny Hebert. So your top 3 cars in third from Alexandria is the 30 of Joel Kubion. Second place from Ruston, the K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. And taking the win from Jonesboro, the B99 of Ben Leedy. Heat race number 2 will line up in this way on the pole from Oakdale, the 39 of Trevor Strother. On the outside pole out of Shepherd, Texas in the A-Plus Services. On the outside pole from Shepherd, Texas in the A-Plus Services Wicked Race Cars. Number 14R, that is Bill Blackman. To the inside of row number 2, out of Heinston, behind the wheel of the Sideline Sports and Screenings, D&K Forestry, CB Race Engines Express Race Cars, number 78 of R.C. Hagan. To the outside from Lafayette, in the B&D Motorsports Cajun Pools and Spas, Advanced Performance Engines Express Race Cars by NG9. Number 18 is Chase Hebert. Your fifth starter from Benton. Aboard the Total Custom Carbs, the Dent Pro Easy One Racing Engines Dominator Race Cars, number 25 of Josh Baucom. And to the outside from Stonewall, piloting the Blue Heron Septic Downhill meets Mullins Race Engines IRP Race Cars, number C12 of Chris Hall. Starting 7th from Texarkana, Texas, in the G-Unit Structures Box Drop Mattress of Texarkana Best Engines Express Race Cars, number 92 of Andrew Rossum. The 00 is J.D. Ammons. 10M of Adam Willis. The 1 of Blaine Nolan. And the 15 of Tracy Denby Jr. Lights are out. Here we go. .10M of Adam Willis toward the tail of the field. And we've got a pile up here in turns 1 and 2. Unfortunately, including a couple of good performers from set number 1, but the caution flag will wave here in heat race number 2 for the American Championship Series Limited Modifieds. The American progress and you win money. It's that simple. Participating tracks are listed online as well at AmericanChampionshipSeries.com. So the 78 of R.C. Hagan will be charged with the caution and given a warning. It'll be an original restart, so he will retain his starting position. Starting on the inside of row number 5, we find Adam Willis, who's currently tied through set number 1 in passing points for the lead with Mark Underwood Jr., who went 9th to 2nd in his heat race. So Adam will have to at least get 2nd to stay tied with Mark Underwood Jr. for the high point man going into tomorrow night. Green flag. Trevor Strother out front, R.C. Hagan in the second spot. Here comes Josh Baucom out of turn number 4. He'll take the third spot away from the 18, Chase Hebert. Baucom goes for the daily double. Out of turn number 2, can't quite make the pass on R.C. Hagan. They were 4 wide momentarily at deep in the field. Trevor Strother, R.C. Hagan, Josh Baucom, Chase Hebert, and Adam Willis now up to the 5th spot. Tracy Denby Jr. coming with Willis, who started at the very tail of the field in the 11th starting spot. Chris Hall and J.D. Ammons go side by side. Strother still holds the lead. Hagan in second. Chase Hebert takes the third spot away from Josh Baucom, who gets sideways down the front straightaway and into turn number 1. That's going to bring out the caution. 3 laps complete. 7 laps to go. Trevor Strother is your race leader. R.C. Hagan chose the inside for the Texas-style restart. Chase Abear on the outside, and in row 3, Adam Willis on the inside of Tracy Denby Jr., who both started deep in the field. Green flag waves. Trevor Strother and R.C. Hagan go wheel to wheel for the race lead. Hagan's going to slide up in turn number 4 and take the race lead away. They're 3 deep for the 3rd spot. Adam Willis holds on to it. Chase Abear gets sideways with maybe a little bit of help from Tracy Denby Jr. Denby, Ammons, and Abear all right there in a 3-car pack for the 4th position. Your race leader is R.C. Hagan. Adam Willis up to the 2nd spot. He'll be the high point man after heat race number 2 if he can get the win here in the 10M. 78 of R.C. Hagan, your race leader. Adam Willis in 2nd. Tracy Denby Jr. all the way up to 3rd. Trevor Strother in 4th. J.D. Ammons rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Chase Abear, Blaine Nolan, Chris Hall, Josh Bockham, and Andrew Rossum is the top 10. R.C. Hagan continues to lead the field in the 78. Adam Willis and Tracy Denby Jr. have come from deep in the field up to 2nd and 3rd with 2 laps to go. Can Hagan hold them off, or will one of them move from deep in the field to pick up their 2nd win? White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Adam Willis will have one last chance here. Through 1 and 2, he goes to the bottom. Out of turn number 2, R.C. Hagan sticks it to the top. He's got the momentum around the high side. Adam Willis to the inside, but can't make anything happen. Checker flag waves. R.C. Hagan gets the win. Adam Willis will finish 2nd. 3rd is Tracy Denby Jr. 4th at the line is Trevor Strother, and rounding out the top 5 is the 00 of J.D. Ammons. So your top 3 cars: in 3rd from Vidor, Texas, the 15 of Tracy Denby Jr. In 2nd from Elizabeth, Louisiana, the 10M of Adam Willis. And taking the win from Heinston, the 78 of R.C. Hagan. Heat race number 3 coming up next. This will be your last race for the American Championship Limited Modifieds. On the pole from Elizabeth in the Joel's Auto Sales, Brighton Bridge, Hospice, Fontenot Trucking, Western Flyer Race Cars. Number E8 is Ethan Bales. On the outside from El Dorado, Arkansas, aboard the PBG Paints, Shocking Shots, Advanced Performance Engines, IRP Race Cars. Number 14, Junior of Michael King Jr. In the 3rd spot, the current Bayou Dirt Life Louisiana State Points leader from Sibley in the Williams Flooring and Construction Blacks Metals Myers Automotive Wicked Race Cars. Number 47cc of Connor Williams. And on the outside from West Monroe, Louisiana, driving the Storm Services VEA Transportation Best Engines IRP Race Cars. Number 17 of Austin Storm. Your 5th starter is from Sibley aboard the Williams Flooring and Construction Blacks Metals Myers Automotive IRP Race Cars. Number 7CC of Alan Myers. And to the outside from Natchitoches, piloting the Mufflix Auto Center, Napa Auto Parts, PTS Racing Engines Express Race Cars. Number 3, the Bullet, Bob Kellogg. Starting 7th on the grid from Ball, Louisiana, aboard the Joel's Auto Sales, Papa Joe's Auto Sales, ASI Racing Engines Express Race Cars. Number M22 of Mickey Steele. To the outside, we find Rollo Pilkington in the Rollo's Auto Sales. Number 16, Junior from Marshall, Texas. Danny Ray Jeffroy in the 9J, and the 1E of Matt Ebarb out of Bossier City. And that one's going to be ruled a no start. Drivers fired at an improper location on the speedway. And we've also got some debris on the front stretch. So we're going to try that one again here in a moment. Ethan Bales, Michael King Jr., Connor Williams, Austin Storm, Alan Myers, Bob Kellogg, Mickey Steele, Rollo Pilkington is in the 16 Junior from Marshall, Texas. The Rollo's Auto Sales Career Search PTS Racing Engines IRP race car. And on the final row, Matt Ebarb and Danny Ray Jeffroy at the tail of the field. We are going green. Michael King Jr. on the outside. Ethan Bales, the meat in the sandwich with Connor Williams down on the bottom side. They roll into turn number 3. Nearly 3 wide for the race lead. Michael King Jr. will take it out of turn number 4. King Jr. leads him to the line. Connor Williams in the second spot. Ethan Bales third. Fourth place is Austin Storm, the Bullet Bob Kellogg, rounding out the top 5. Ethan Bales with a little tap to the back bumper of Connor Williams. Rollo Pilkington roars around the outside in the 16 Junior. Michael King Jr., your race leader in the 14 Junior. Connor Williams drives the 4.7 double C's right behind. Ethan Bales, Bob Kellogg, Austin Storm rounding out the top 5. Now Mickey Steele to the inside of Rollo Pilkington. A good battle there for 6th. Michael King Jr. continues to lead the way. Connor Williams second, Bob Kellogg up to third. Now they're 3 wide for the 5th spot. Mickey Steele will roll around Ethan Bales. It's going to be a 4-car battle for 4th. Steele's really found something on the top side in the M22. Catching up to the Bullet, Bob Kellogg. Losing some ground there in turns 1 and 2. The M22 ripping the high line. Most of the other cars running on the bottom with 2 laps to go. White flag waves. One more lap in American Championship Series Limited Modified Competition here on the night. Mickey Steele tried to make a heroic move around the 3 of Bob Kellogg. And now we've got a pair of cars spun in turns 1 and 2. Ethan Bales and Rollo Pilkington are going to sit there. Checkered flag waves, excuse me. Michael King Jr., your winner. Connor Williams second. Third is Bob Kellogg. Mickey Steele in the 4th position. And Matt Ebarb will come around to round out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Natchitoches, the 3 of Bob Kellogg. Second place from Sibley, the 4.7cc of Connor Williams. And taking the win from El Dorado, Arkansas, the 14 Junior of Michael King Jr. So now we'll have our second set of BOM Bank Factory Stock Heat Races. 5 heat races here, and we will conclude the night with the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder A feature for the Fall Southern Showdown. Heat race number 1 in set 2 for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks lines up in this way. On the pole from Ruston in the BRT Performance Culps Automotive WCH Racing Engines Outlaw Race Cars, the C28 of Ben Merchant. On the outside, out of Shreveport, the Twin City Towing All Property Services PTS Racing Engines Laser Race Cars, the 10X Josh Daughtery. To the inside of row number 2 out of Kilgore, Texas. In the Hickey Motorsports ENP Service Group WCH Racing Engines number 28C of TJ Evans. And on the outside, all the way from Buffalo, Missouri, in the 4-Sail Racing Laser Race Cars number 8 XXX, Mark Simon. Going 5th on the grid out of Leesville. Behind the wheel at the FTS Supply Henry's Motorsports Buds Auto and Towing 7L Racing, the C11 of Kyle Bassett. To the outside out of Liberty, Texas, in the Curtis & Son Breezy Speed Specialties PTS Racing Engines Laser Race Cars number 444 is Travis Hudnall. Starting 7th from Halton, Louisiana, the K2 is going to be Garrett Gibson. And on the outside from Oakdale, the 2 Extreme Motorsports Big T Motorsports Advanced Performance Engines Bootlegger Race Cars 990 of Tayton Perkins. Going 9th on the grid out of Huntsville, Texas, in the 5-2 Utilities, TMT Utilities, Twardesky Racing TR1 Race Cars, number 27T of Curtis Twardesky. On the outside from Lake Charles, Louisiana, in the Incredible Edibles Snowballs, Dutriel's Plumbing F1 Racing Engines, number 5M is Michael Harlow. And at the tail of the field, the 38 of Mike Wells from Texarkana, Texas. The Central Heating and Air Conditioning Arklatex Animal Hospital Hobby Shop Race Engines Outlaw Race Car. We are green here for the second set of BOM Bank Factory Stock Heat Races. Ben Merchant leads the field into turn number 4. He'll lead lap number 1 in the C28. Josh Daughtery in the second spot. Mark Simon in third. 4th place, TJ Evans. Travis Hudnall rounding out the top 5. Now here comes Mark Simon to the inside of Josh Daughtery. They're side by side for the second spot. Mark Simon takes the position away. TJ Evans not too far behind in the 28C. Trying to catch up on that duo going side by side as Ben Merchant continues to lead in the C28. Ben Merchant continues to lead. TJ Evans now in the second spot after disposing of Josh Daughtery. Side by side, still beating and banging for the second spot. On the inside, it's Josh Daughtery. TJ Evans on the outside. Mark Simon has been shuffled back to the 4th spot. Travis Hudnall in 5th in the 444. Daughtery back in front of Evans for the second position. White flag is in the air. Ben Merchant has 1 lap to go in the C28. Josh Daughtery in second. TJ Evans third. Out of turn number 4, checkered flag waves. Ben Merchant takes the win. Second place goes to Josh Daughtery. Third is TJ Evans. Fourth, Mark Simon. And Travis Hudnall rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Kilgore, Texas, the 28C of TJ Evans. Second place from Shreveport, the 10X of Josh Daughtery. And taking the win from Ruston, the C28 of Ben Merchant. Like to make everybody aware that we've got some Zuwali tamales in the concession stands, both on the front stretch, and we've also got them in the pit concession stands. They are fabulous. I just had one myself, so go get yourself a Zuwali tamale. Heat race number 2 is going to look like this for the BOM Bank Factory stocks. On the pole from Dry Prong, the JCR Components Affordable Cleaning Team, Rodney Howell Performance Engines, Holy Moly Chassis number 3 of CJ Howell. On the outside, out of Montgomery, Louisiana, the Hunter's Body Shop, Edge Concrete Cutting, Flores Racing Engines, Wild Child Race Cars number 45 of Dominic Flores. On the inside of row number 2, out of Manny, in the Smell Smoke Racing, Fredu Car Care, Greer Motorsports number 004, that is Todd Fredu. And on the outside of road number 2, out of Columbia, Louisiana, the Southern Roofing, Bobby's Body Shop, PTS Racing Engines, Raptor Race Cars, number S1 of Jamie Shirley. Starting 5th from Minden in the Debbie Calendar Realtor, Chad's Auto and Exhaust, PTS Racing Engines, GRT Race Cars, the B1 of Kyle Cummings. Into the outside from Florine, and the Warshocks by Cade Dillard Racing, Brian Cook Trucks, Best Engines, Outlaw Race Cars, number 100 plus of Brian Cook. Starting 7th from Ruston, the Floorworks, Bobby's Body Shop, PCS Racing Engines, Outlaw Race Cars, number 125 of Mark Underwood Jr. And to the outside from Robeline, driving the Cane River Waterslide, Piro Consulting, Best Engines, Outlaw Race Cars, number 55 of Dalton Dubois. From Bossier City, the Twin City Towing Herald's Transmissions, PTS Racing Engines, Outlaw Race Cars, number 55M of Cody Myers. And at the tail of the field from Robeline, it's the Scotty Shade True Performance, number 1 of Stony Dubois. We are green for heat race number 2. CJ Howell out front. Dominic Flores trying to chase down the back straightaway in the 45. And we got cars sideways at the tail of the field, the 55 and the 1. A pair of Dubois at the back of the pack will bring out the caution. BOM Bank was established in June of 1903 in Montgomery, Louisiana. Local businessmen saw a need for a financial institution to open in order to help the needs of Grant Parish. BOM now employs over 130 staff members among 16 branches across Grant, Natchitoches, Sabine, Bienville, Bossier, Caddo, and Rapides parishes, as well as Sabine and Angelina counties of Texas. As a community bank, BOM takes pride in offering the best products and services for our customers, strives to provide and revitalize our communities by volunteering and providing financial literacy, and invest in our staff by continuing their banking education. For more information, visit BOFM.com. So caution charge to Dalton Dubois in the 55. It's an original restart, so he'll just get a warning this time. Green flag flies. C.J. Howell out front. Kyle Cummings up to the third spot now in front of Todd Fradu. J.B. Shirley in the middle of a three-wide battle. 125 of Mark Underwood Jr. on the bottom. Brian Cook on the top. And now we got one sideways. Dominic Flory is going to spin in front of the field. Everybody avoids him in the 45. And the 45 is going to keep it rolling, so we stay green. Kyle Cummings in the second spot. C.J. Howell is checked out on the field in the 3 car. C.J. Howell, Kyle Cummings. Now the 004 of Todd Fradu gets crossed up. 100 plus of Brian Cook will take the third spot away. Dalton Dubois all the way up to fourth now. Todd Fradu going to hold off Dubois at this time. Fradu in fourth, Dubois in fifth. And Todd Fradu gets a little bit crossed up off the back straightaway. 45 of Dominic Flory spun again in turns 1 and 2, but he'll keep it rolling. C.J. Howell, Kyle Cummings, Brian Cook, Dalton Dubois, and Mark Underwood Jr. the top 5. 5 laps down and 5 laps to go as Todd Fradu pulls off the Speedway. Two. White flag is in the air for C.J. Howell. Kyle Cummings in the second spot, and we got contact here. Brian Cook and Dalton Dubois. Lots of cars getting together at all points of the racetrack, and the caution flag waves. So we've got 9 laps complete. Per our rules, we will not finish a race with 1 green flag lap, so we're going to go 2 laps here. It'll be a green, white, checkered. So we'll actually have an 11-lap heat race here in heat race number 2. Lights are out. We're going green in turn number 4. Green flag. So we've got a caution displayed again. Being told over the radio system that we had about 3 cars jump the start, so that's going to be ruled a no start. Lights are out. Here we go. Green flag. Flagman Larry Horn has the white flag in his hand. They rolled out of turn number 4. CJ Howell will see the white first. Kyle Cummings in the second spot as they shuffle through turns 1 and 2. Dalton Dubois off the pace in the 55. Down the back stretch into 3 and 4. Checkered flag waves. And CJ Howell is going to take the win in the 3 car. Second place is going to be Brian Cook at the line. Kyle Cummings third. And according to the transponder system, Kyle Cummings won the second place position, 100 plus in third. Fourth place is Mark Underwood Jr. and Cody Myers rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Florine, the 100 plus of Brian Cook. Second place from Minden, the B1 of Kyle Cummings. And taking the win from Dry Prong, the 3 of CJ Howell. Heat race number 3 for the BOM Bank Factory stocks will look like this. On the pole from DeBerry, Texas, in the Twin City Towing Harvey Toyota PTS Racing Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 81 is Chase Hatton. On the outside from Huffman, Texas, behind the wheel of the FCA Motorsports Window Pros of Texas All-American Race Engines DAF Chassis, number 41, Dylan Elasco. Your third starter is from Robaline. Behind the wheel of the Cane River Waterslide Stewart Industrial 3D Motorsports, number 77, Tyler Dubois. From Provençal, last week's winner. And the Delta Consulting LCC Trucking Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 23 of Daniel Jones. Starting 5th from Anacoco, the original Sugartown Watermelon Stand Howard Lewin Construction Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 7L of Dwayne Raines. On the outside from Mineral Springs, Arkansas, the Team Smallwood Remax Club 20 Suspension Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 20, Neil Kemp. Starting 7th from Colfax, the Affordable Cleaning Team, JCR Components, Rodney Howell Performance Engines, Holy Moly Chassis, number 26 of Rodney Howell. And on the outside, out of Shreveport, the W&W Timber, Hitman Designs, WCH Racing Engines, Outlaw Race Cars, number XXX of Sean Graham. To the inside of row number 5, out of Bossier City, In the Dales Pavement J&J Motorsports Myers Automotive Laser Race Cars number 12 is Bo Perry. To the outside from Cut and Shoot, Texas, it's the 27 of Dalton Faulkner and the 9 of John Parker Jr. out of Colfax, Louisiana. Green flag waves. Dylan Elasco, your race leader, out of turn number 4. Chase Hatton in the second spot. Daniel Jones up to third, and we got a couple of cars spinning at the tail of the field. The 12 of Bo Perry is going to bring out the caution. Chevrolet Buick GMC is proud to serve the areas of Manny, Alexandria, Natchitoches, Leesville, and Mansfield, Louisiana, as well as Hemphill, Texas, by providing only the best customer service possible and the highest quality new and used vehicles at exceptional prices. Whether you're looking to buy or lease, our dealership is sure to have the perfect vehicle for you at a price you can afford. Visit Foy Motors or stop by the lot on San Antonio Avenue in Manny. Green flag. Dylan Elasco is your race leader. Daniel Jones in the second spot. Chase Hatton, Sean Graham, Neil Kemp, Dalton Faulkner throw a blanket over him through the middle of the pack. John Parker Jr. in the 9 car. Dylan Elasco walking away from the pack here in this one. 23 of Daniel Jones in the second spot. Chase Hatton in third. Neil Kemp in the fourth spot. Sean Graham rounding out the top five. Not much passing going on, but all cars nose to tail through the whole pack. The 9 of John Parker Jr. trying to slingshot past the Triple X of Sean Graham. We got 2 laps to go for the 41 of Dylan Elasco. White flag waves. 1 lap to go for Elasco. Checkered flag waves. The 41 of Dylan Elasco is going to take the win. Second place goes to Daniel Jones. Third is Chase Hatton. Fourth, Neil Kemp. And rounding out the top 5 is Sean Graham. So your top 3 finishers: in third from DeBerry, Texas, the 81 of Chase Hatton. Second place from Provençal, the 23 of Daniel Jones. And taking the win from Huffman, Texas, the 41 of Dylan Elasco. The heat race number 4 going to look like this. On the pole from Texarkana, Texas, the W&W Timber A&T Delivery Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 36J of Justin Whitehead. On the outside, out of Dry Prong, the Papa Joe's Auto Sales Hunter and Beck Attorneys Outlaw Rodney Howell Performance Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 34, Chris Howell. Your third starter is from Baytown, Texas. Behind the wheel of the 310 Fabrication Southeast Texas Aquarium Specialists Stanley Race Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 113 of Justin McClelland. And on the outside from Minden, Louisiana, aboard the Hunter's Body Shop NWLA Automation PTS Racing Engines Laser Race Cars number 35S of JT Turner. In the 5th position, out of Halton in the LJT Racing Mills Motors, from Minden, the LJT Racing Mills Motors Laser Race Cars number 175 of Michael Turner. Into the outside from New Waverly, Texas, behind the wheel of the CP Seamless Gutters H&R Air Conditioning Knowles Performance Engines DAF Chassis, the 56 of Craig Pursley Jr. To the final row on the inside, the L100 of Lee Patton. To the outside, the 7D of Dusty Doucet. Green flag. Justin Whitehead, your race leader. Chris Howell in the second spot. JT Turner, Justin McClelland, and Craig Pursley Jr. rounding out the top 5. Pursley running side by side with Justin McClelland. Michael Turner, Lee Patton, and Dusty Doucet rounding out the field at the moment. JT Turner gets slipped up right in front of Craig Pursley Jr. Pursley going to lose a position there to Justin McClelland. McClelland up to third. Second spot is Chris Howell, and in the lead, the 36J of Justin Whitehead. Craig Pursley Jr. side by side with Justin McClelland. He'll take the third spot away down the backstretch. 2 laps to go now for your race leader, Justin Whitehead. White flag in the air. One more trip around Sabine Speedway here in heat race number 4 for the BOM Bank Factory stocks. A little bit of contact there between Lee Patton and JT Turner. They're going to come together, and caution flag will wave. Green flag waves. It'll be a green-white checkered to finish out heat race number 4. Justin Whitehead drives away out of turn number 2. Craig Pursley Jr. up to the second position. Michael Turner on the outside of Justin McClelland. They're side by side as the white flag waves. Now JT Turner to the inside of Michael. Brothers battle for the 5th spot. Down the back stretch they go into turn 3. Out of turn number 4, Justin Whitehead will take the win. Second place goes to Craig Pursley Jr. Third is Chris Howell. Fourth, Justin McClelland. And Michael Turner will round out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Dry Prong, the 34 of Chris Howell. Second place from New Waverly, Texas, the 56 of Craig Pursley Jr. And taking the win out of Texarkana, Texas, the 36J, Justin Whitehead. Heat race number 5 is going to line up like this, the final heat race of the night. From West Monroe in the Bent's Construction Crawfish City, Advanced Performance Engines Wild Child Chassis number L88 of Logan Gordon. On the outside, out of Pitkin, in the Richards Tire Big T Motorsports R&R Racing Engines Outsider Chassis, the 1X of Blaine Nolan. Your third starter is from Manny. In the PTS Racing Engines Holy Moly Chassis, the 13G of Gary Greer. To the outside, out of Quitman, Louisiana. In the R&R Logistics Pops ATV Buff River Outdoor Products, number 95 of Hayden Beckham. And your fifth starter is from Lafayette. In the Sideline Sports and Screenings, Frank's Auto Repair Advanced Performance Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 24B of Brent Broussard. Starting 6th from Marshall, Texas, the Southern Roofing, Bobby's Body Shop, Rollo's Auto Sales, PTS Racing Engines, number C16 of Chris Hennigan. In the 7th spot, out of Plantersville, Texas, the Highway 90 Transport, Highway 90 Wrecker Service, CB Race Engines, Lean 2 Chassis, number 61G of Josh Ellender. To the outside, out of Minden, behind the wheel of the Finish Line Detailing Pro 1 Transmission, CB Raceworks Wild Child Race Cars, number 7C of Chris Burrows. To the inside of the final row from Colfax, Louisiana, in the J&M Sandblasting Bodies by 88M, CB Race Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 88M of Joshua Martin, and the 22 of Dustin Hennigan out of Marshall, Texas, rounding out the field. Green flag. Blaine Nolan gets sideways in turns 1 and 2. And that's going to bring out a caution. So the lights are out. We've lost 2 competitors here, Chris Hennigan and Chris Burrows, off of the racing surface. We're going to go back green flag racing with an original restart. Logan Gordon leads the field down the backstretch. Blaine Nolan, Gary Greer, the top 3. Hayden Beckham and Dustin Hennigan rounding out the top 5. And we got a car hard into the wall. That's Gary Greer. 24B of Brent Broussard got into the side of Hayden Beckham as well. But everybody keeps it rolling. We stay green. Logan Gordon, Blaine Nolan, and Hayden Beckham, the top 3. Dustin Hennigan, Brent Broussard, your top 5. Gary Greer, Joshua Martin, and Josh Ellender is your field halfway home. 5 laps down and 5 laps to go. '95 of Hayden Beckham looks to be off the pace, and we got one up. Lots of cars together down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. That's going to bring out the caution. That turned out much better than it could have been. Looked like we were about to have somebody go for a ride. Don't forget to come back tomorrow night for the conclusion of the Fall Southern Showdown. It'll be $5,000 to win for this class right here, the BOM Bank Factory Stocks. The American Championship Series Limited Modifieds will have their $3,000 to win main event. The Floyd Motors Crate Late Models racing for $1,000 to win, as well as the ECS Smoke School Street Stocks will be back in action here at Sabine. We've got the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder feature race coming up here in just a few minutes. As soon as we get this heat race over and done with, we'll have one more race on the night, the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder Fall Southern Showdown main event. Mark your calendars for October 7th and 8th for the Ty Villeman Memorial right here at Sabine Speedway. And Sabine Speedway would always like to encourage all of our race fans to support your local dirt track racing. Next weekend, Boot Hill Speedway hosting the 50th annual Louisiana State Dirt Track Championship on Friday and Saturday night, featuring the Comp Cam Super Dirt Series. Thunder Valley Speedway will also be in action for their championship races. That is next Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th. Super B Speedway also hosting their championship weekend. So next weekend, September 23rd and 24th, will be off here at Sabine, but racing action taking place on Friday and Saturday at Boot Hill Speedway, Thunder Valley Speedway, and Super B Speedway. So we want to encourage you all to support your local racetracks. Five laps down, 5 laps to go here in heat race number 5. The L88 of Logan Gordon out front. Blaine Nolan in the second spot. Gary Greer, Hayden Beckham, Joshua Martin, and Dustin Hennigan. We got a couple of cars together there at the front stretch. And that's going to bring out the caution. Y'all don't forget to go down to the concession stand and get yourself a Zawali Tamale. We've got them at the concession stands on the front straightaway as well as in the pitting area. So make sure you go and get yourself one. They are very good. Six laps in the books, 4 laps yet to be written as the lights go dark. Blaine Nolan, your new race leader in the 1X. Green flag. Joshua Martin with a good restart in the 88M. He started at the tail of the field on the inside of row number 5. Moved up from 9th all the way to 2nd, and he's knocking on the door for a heat race win. Blaine Nolan, Joshua Martin, Logan Gordon, Hayden Beckham, Dustin Hennigan, and Gary Greer, the running order. Joshua Martin peeking to the inside. And we've got a couple cars together off the speedway on the back straightaway. Dustin Hennigan and Gary Greer together for the caution. So the lights are out. We're left with 5 competitors here in the conclusion of heat race action. Set 2 going to come to a close here for the BOM Bank Factory Stocks. Blaine Nolan still your race leader in the 1X, a pair of 88s in row number 2. Joshua Martin on the outside, Logan Gordon on the inside. We're green. Nolan leads the field into turn number 1. They'll shuffle through the corners. Joshua Martin up on the high side looking for a good run down the back stretch. Into turn number 3. Joshua Martin on the outside. We got 2 laps to go this time. Blaine Nolan continues to lead in the 1X. Joshua Martin trying to roll around the outside. He's going to take the race lead at the back stretch. White flag waving here out of turn number 4. Joshua Martin, your new race leader. Joshua Martin takes it away from Blaine Nolan. Off at turn number 2. Nolan going to try to come back on the inside in the 1X. Checkered flag waves, but he'll come up short. Joshua Martin takes the win. Second place, Blaine Nolan. Third is Logan Gordon. Hayden Beckham in 4th, and rounding out the top 5 is Dustin Hennigan. So your top 3 cars in 3rd from West Monroe, the L88 of Logan Gordon. Second place from Pitkin, the 1X of Blaine Nolan. And taking the win from Colfax, the 88M of Joshua Martin. Here is the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder feature race. On the pole from Princeton, the Apex Energy Service, Gulf South Energy Service, Southern Transport, number 333 of Corey Giles. On the outside, out of Houghton in the Brian Geist Painting F1 Racing Engines Finish Line Detailing, Station 80, number 88 of Danny Bryant. Your third starter from Pineville in the Darrell's Automotive Big and Motorsports, number 7 is Robert Vander Waters. On the outside for Shreveport, the Outlaw Transmission Golf Cart Palace Edward Rice Parts Peddling DuPont Auto Service, number 06 of Jack DuPont. In the 5th starting spot from Minden, the JCR Components CB Raceworks Finish Line Detailing, number 0 of Chris Burrows. And on the outside from Keithville, the Stonewall Transmission Bells Towing and Recovery, number 199 of Michael Hudson. Your 7th starter from Manny, the Vines Construction Colt 45 Customs Delta Tree Service RNG Lawn Care, number 11M of Michelle Tedder. To the outside from Keithville, Louisiana, the F5 of Ben McDuff. Your 9th starter is from Quitman, Louisiana, in the Napa C4 Trucking Southern Vinyl Creations Beckham Racing, number B1 of Braxton Beckham. And on the outside, out of Belmont, aboard the Dairy Delight, Micah Arbuckle, Attorney at Law, Kevin Barker, Mobile Mechanic, J&M Land Pros, number C49 of Chris Waters. To the inside of row number 6, out of Provençal, the Jones Septic Hitman Designs LCC Trucking, number C23 of Colin Jones. And to the outside, out of Beckville, Texas, the ENP Service Group, number 29B of Brandon Herod. To the inside of row number 7, out of Florine, in the Wade Cook Used Cars, Brian Cook Trucks, number 99. That is Robert Barber. And to the outside from Natchitoches, the Team Lewis Chapel, number M57 of Drake Szilard. Your final starter is from Houghton, aboard the DuPont Auto Service, Wright's Towing Service, Ironclad Fabrication and Rentals, Sky Vacuum Service, number 05 of Luke DuPont. Lights are out. Here we go. .06 of Jack DuPont going to split the cars down the back straightaway up into the 2nd spot. Corey Giles leads off at turn number 4. Giles will lead lap number 1. Jack DuPont looking to the outside in the 06. And we've got some cars together on the front straightaway. Chris Waters with hard contact into the wall in the C49. Colin Jones spun as well in the C23. Glenn Shoemaker, if you can hear me, your mother is looking for you. She is at the concession stand behind the grandstands. Glenn Shoemaker, please report to the grandstand concession stand. Your mother is looking for you. One lap in the books. We've got 11 laps to go here for the front-wheel drive four-cylinder Fall Southern Showdown Championship. Corey Giles in the 333, your current race leader. Jack DuPont choosing the outside for the Texas-style restart in the 06. Green flag. Jack DuPont takes the race lead in turn number 2. Brandon Herod getting a little bit crossed up in the 29B. Out of turn number 4, Jack DuPont, your race leader. Danny Bryant in the second spot. Corey Giles third. Fourth is Chris Burrows, and the 7 of Robert Vanderwaters rounding out the top 5. Couple of cars getting together there in a 6th place battle. 05 of Luke DuPont will be able to move around to the 199 of Michael Hudson. Chris Burrows now takes the 3rd spot away from Corey Giles. As Jack DuPont continues to lead, looking for his 16th win of the year. Halfway, 6 laps down and 6 laps to go for the 06 of Jack DuPont. The 88 of Danny Bryant not too far behind DuPont as they approach lap traffic. It'll be 5 laps to go this time. Slower car of Colin Jones looks like he'll be the first one for the 06 to make his way to. And they're side by side right in front of your race leader as he gains on traffic down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. The 88 of Danny Bryant going to try the outside, and he's going to take the race lead there. He's going to get together with the lap car who hits the wall down the front stretch. Colin Jones sliding through the infield. The 0 of Chris Burrows all crossed up there, and the caution flag waves. And he's going to take the race lead there. He's going to get together with the lap car who hits the wall down the front stretch. Colin Jones sliding through the infield. The 0 of Chris Burrows all crossed up. Eight laps in the books, 4 laps to go to crown a Fall Southern Showdown champion for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. 8 laps down, 4 laps to go. Jack DuPont leads the field. Danny Bryant in the second spot. Ben McDuff in the F5 is now in the infield. Looks like his night will come to a close. DuPont, Bryant, DuPont, Vander Waters, and Giles is the top 5. White flag will wave this time. One more trip around Sabine Speedway on the night for night 1 of the Fall Southern Showdown. DuPont continues to lead the field off at turn number 2. Luke DuPont now going to look to make a pass on Danny Bryant for second. Jack into turn number 3. Out of 4 for the final time. Jack DuPont's going to take the win. Second place at the line is going to be Danny Bryant. Luke DuPont third, fourth, Robert Vander Waters, and Michael Hudson rounding out the top 5. Put your hands together for your Fall Southern Showdown champion for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders, Jack DuPont. Well, Jack, that was a spectacular race from you, man. You had them covered tonight, and you're the Fall Southern Showdown champion. Bring home this beautiful trophy.
Yes, sir. I'm just glad I got this trophy because it's a really cool trophy. And last time they had a cool trophy here, I was leading my ECU burnout, so I was a little bummed out about that.
Absolutely. Well, last weekend Luke won at Boot Hill. He told me that he really wants that state championship for the 50th annual next weekend at Boot Hill. He won it last year. But you've been pretty dominant in the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. This is your 16th win. What's it going to take to get maybe 17 and 18 next weekend and go home with Louisiana State champ?
The car just actually working, being how it, how it should, and just hoping he don't outrun me.
All right, it's going to depend on a little bit of luck with the draw table as well.
Yes, sir, most definitely.
All right, who do you want to thank on this car?
I want to thank Outlaw Transmissions, DuPont Auto Service, Thompson Motorsports, Golf Cart Palace, Stuntman Tree Service, Jimmy's Glass Service, and that's it.
All right, well, we got 2 big races tomorrow. We're going to crown a front-wheel drive we're going to crown a Fall Southern Showdown champion in the factory stocks and limited modifieds, battling for some pretty big money. Do you have any picks?
No, not really.
No picks at all? You don't know who's going to win?
Well, I hope John David wins. But
J.D. Ammons, right? The 00?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, we'll see if he can get it done tomorrow. Y'all come on out tomorrow night. Make some noise for your feature winner, Jack DuPont, in the 06. We thank y'all so much for joining us here tonight for the Fall Southern Showdown Night 1. We're going to be back in action tomorrow night to crown a champion in the BOM Bank Factory Stocks American Championship Series Limited Modifieds, Boy Motors Crate Late Models, and ECS Smoke School Street Stocks. So it's going to be a great show. Y'all be sure to join us here tomorrow night. Thank y'all for coming, and we'll see you next time.
Affordable